Hey Augustus, welcome. Hello, London, so welcome. Hello colleagues, welcome. Gonna get myself a glass of water. Alright, so today we'll be playing City Augustus All Roads Lead to Rome campaign by Turgon. We need to test the second map. Might have to unlock the first one with the cheat, because I don't know if we'll have the scenarios available. I don't think so. Turgon's not here yet, as far as I know, so we can just start. I'm sure if he wants to, he can rewatch the start. Alright, should be visible. Let's check the sound before we start. I think that should be fine for volume. If it's too loud or something, you can tell me. I do have the second mission unlocked. Maybe it is because I've played or tested the first one before. You do have choices between maps in each. We've played this one, Nuceria Alpha Terna. It doesn't fit the window for the campaign. Quite peaceful farming city, insane trade. It's been probably changed since I played it. Not gonna play the first one though. Mission 2. African dominance. Leptis Magna, slightly dangerous trade, congestion, only sea routes. Sirena, dangerous, high wealth, low food. Both need testing as far as I know. I'm probably gonna play Leptis Magna. I think we took a look at it before. There's been probably some changes because previously it required you to use personal savings in order to do anything on that map, because you start with almost nothing. You were supposed to carry over money from the first mission. I don't think that's the case anymore, but I don't know. I haven't played it since, so you know. Let's select that. This. Welcome to the province of Africa. Governor for this assignment required to establish a bastion of culture and prosperity, but also serves as a maritime trade hub, connecting the major parts of the Roman Mediterranean. You must efficiently manage the port area within the natural bay, which is ideal for fishing, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on the southern borders to counter the incursions of residual groups of Rome's enemies who still roam the region. The region is rich in mineral resources and well suited for fruit cultivation, particularly olives. quality of olive oil produced here is highly esteemed by patrician families throughout the empire. You can expect to send modest quantities to them. However, I will not be particularly demanding for this assignment. I desire the wealth and prosperity of the city to grow exponentially without hindrance. Therefore, you may focus on establishing premier commercial and cultural hub within the empire without the need to overly concern ourselves with economizing. Well, is that the case? Because this campaign is much harder than the RC by design. So I don't know how much this is gonna be true. We'll see. As a final act, I wish you to integrate this small group of locals who still inhabit the area near the Gulf. Mostly peaceful, deeply attached to their ancestral land, yet faced with the magnificence of a city like Laptis Magna, they'll soon choose to embrace the benefits and privileges of our empire. If I remember right, there's like no desirability options, or very few. Build a pantheon next to the natives to unlock cap prosperity on 80, so you need to do that to win, but it can wait for late game. Reach 80 culture to unlock Plaza and Academy. Okay. Hey Turgon, welcome. But can't you cheese this? Because I'm pretty sure it's calculated on a resident basis. And what I can do is build a school, build an academy early on, build a library, make the gods happy, build a theater. Yeah. I don't think that's a good objective. You should also reach, 4,000 population and 80 culture or something like that. Can't do that. Okay, we can try that. If you tested it, that's fine. But that's immediately what I would think about doing. You know, if I saw an objective like this, is just why would I wait ever when I just I cannot have an academy, right? Alright, that might change the math a little. It doesn't care, the culture doesn't care about amphitheater or the arena or, taverns, so it only cares about a theater. Without the academy itself, I don't know how high we can bring this early on. Can have max 10 tower and 10 watch towers. There should be S on the end of that. Multiple towers, not 10 tower. Watchtowers, each cost 50 dinar. So is that an extra added upkeep for each? Is that what this means? Each will cost you additional 50 denarii upkeep per month. Would be probably the better way to put it, because I think that's what it means, right? Yeah, monuments will do that. I was thinking cheese with the cheese. I'm not thinking about all late game. No, late game I can build the monuments to get culture. Active training. Theaters unlocked. Status spot, right? Oh, this is the best. I haven't replayed the first map, so this is something I don't know about. Maybe you should each time, because you remember the RC. In each map at the bottom there is a message that just says what the subsidy is, because it's in every map and people constantly forget what it does. So, yeah, okay. But if you have this, why not have a sentence explanation as well? Probably better. Active training, theaters unlocked. Statues. Oh, if I don't have a theater at the start, then we cannot choose the culture for sure. Status spot right corner. Savings cost 3,500 denarii. We don't start with any savings. What are the goals? 14,000 population is a lot. Prosperity 100. Favor 60. Culture 90. Peace 85. See how it goes. Think about that, but for now it's a separate message. It'll fix campaign rules. The thing is, the intro is usually easier for people to bring up, so I actually think it's better to put it here than in a separate message, because that's then easier to lose track of. But the intro you can always come back to, and it that's why it's the intro. It has all the information, or at least, unless there's an event that unlocks throughout as you play, usually it has all the information in it, and that's why you can come back to it and it has everything. Which is what makes it the intro, and which is what makes it good. Okay, I think we played this before. I don't remember too well. Entry point. Exit point, long caravan route, but there is no land trade. Tons of cities. What's the first one? None of them are very cheap. 1500. Fish and olives. We do start with workshops, right? Yep. Sea trade. Flotsam. No flotsam. Well, I assume we will need to use the bay. Because no docks on the outside. As I would assume. There's a dock spot here. But if the entry point is like here, that doesn't actually save much travel time at all. Yeah, right. I don't know where the entry for the ships is. We might see Flotsam. I'll not build a dock yet, obviously. We'll wait. I need to see desirability. There are statues. There were no... Oh no, it's just a marble column. Yep, as I remember, there's no good desirability. There are Lararia though, which is gonna help. For food we have fish and we have fruit. We'll need to sell some fish early on as well. Money is 5,600, that means the initial 1,500 from that is gonna go towards the trade rate. We don't have that much, but hopefully it shouldn't be too difficult. We should definitely check the savings though. 11. You scaled it up by 40%, right? Well, we have 11, let's scale down to 7. Yep. So it's well locked. You could even, because this, people will constantly wonder about that. I usually would clarify that it's not possible to surpass, so that you don't, you know, waste people's time. Because you can expect people to try it and then have to restart, or just generally, you know, dick around it. It would be best if you already tell that to the player. You can put that at the very bottom for anyone wondering that. Obviously, it doesn't need to be part of the main message, but at the bottom, the extra information is kind of for that. I think that would be good, because naturally I would expect people to try and figure out how to cheese it. Anyway, we will be using all sorts of spots for blocks. There is, you know, decent amount of land. We do need some patricians for later, but not a concern right now. What we should be watching out for is invasion points. Very likely it's here. There are some marks here. I don't know what it's gonna do yet. Probably just marking mining spots, we'll see. I suspect this is an invasion point. They need to come up and down here. And here, probably. Which is a bit of an annoyance, but we could wall this off. Make them go this way. Reliably. Without need for much. This is gonna be a defense area. First block should go here. That's a dock spot though, and it's a pretty good one. It depends. I don't know what the best dock spot will be yet. Because I need to see the flotsam, but I don't want to waste that spot, obviously. We also don't want to build too close, because we might need a lot of the farmland. I don't think that is much by orders of magnitude. Extra, that is. Let's clear out some of this road. And let's build... We do have water, right? Yeah, we do have water. Let's get some semblance of a block going. How far can I put a farm from this? There, so 2 tiles away from that rock is the farm reach. It does have positive desirability, so I'm not overly concerned in putting it next to houses, so... Anchored at that rock seems pretty good. Water might be a bit of an issue to bring here, but not if I do this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Perfect. Baths. So then, to get a bit more comfortable, I have a super weird setup. Let's just move the mic a little. There you go. One by ones are perfect, by the way. We need lot area anyway because it's our only good desirability option. Houses on the inner side, probably. We'll need a reservoir here, but that's fine. This is not the RC. We should be using the autism strats. The monuments. I'll need to build quite a few. Something can be put in all the stuff at the start and then we'll decide. Hey Malsek, welcome. Especially Venus, obviously, is always good. That's our setup. We need water though, and I do want it right away. If I move it by one tile, we could potentially use that more efficiently in the future. We don't want to waste any wharf spots with this reservoir. Here it's fine, and we don't need to worry about highway because, well, there is no land trade, so highway is not a thing. But what is a thing though is this. Wasting a tiny bit of money. No problem, Clarice. Let's get some people in here. Could defund the wages a little, but it's a bit risky and I don't want to hinder the immigration, so I'm not gonna do that. Jewel from an Africa. Leptis Magna, located in present-day Libya, experienced its greatest prosperity. So this is just a historical message. I'm not gonna read that because it's I love history. There's a lot to read, a lot to learn. Obviously, you know, very good for people who care about that. I do care about that, but I also am streaming it, so I'm not gonna be able to read this. However, Turgon, I do believe that labeling it as a historical message would save people time, so they don't have to scroll down and figure out, oh, there's nothing down here, you know. So there is a subtitle option. You can use the title, whatever you want, and then you can put historical message and immediately know, oh yeah, no significance to the gameplay, you know. Turgon says, sorry, my internet sucks. I missed the part. I think I will miss more. Right, well, I'm gonna publish the VOD, so if you really want, you can rewatch that later. I haven't been talking about much as far as I know. I've just been designing this first area. We'll see about the trade. I need to see the flotsam to know how the docks are gonna look like. Yeah, good. Fixed campaign rules. Taxation is disabled by default on most maps. You can unlock forums as a reward for reaching 70 prosperity, except for specific maps with their own rules for taxation. Multi-barracks rules. Difficulty levels of military activity allows to complete the whole campaign without multi-barracks except few missions where multi-barracks is heavily recommended. However, there are some limitations set in all maps if you want to build more barracks as follows. First barracks is free, normal. Second barracks 75 denarii monthly. Third barracks 115 denarii monthly. Fourth barracks or more 250 monthly. Bestow. Throughout the duration of the campaign, personal savings from your salary will play a crucial role beyond the traditional uses of offering gifts to Caesar to increase your favor. Donating saves funds to the city. You have a third option at your disposal, adding further complexity to the decision-making process. In each scenario, you will have the opportunity to request bestows from Rome, which will vary depending on the circumstances, described into briefing messages and can be purchased at a relatively high price using the personal savings. Cost of the bestow will gradually increase with each mission, requiring you to manage your savings even more carefully than usual throughout the campaign. How it works: after you've collected enough personal savings to request the bestow, you must activate a trigger, which for each map will be represented by a small statue placed on a small road square located in one of the four corners of the map. Occasionally you might have the option choose between two or more bestows, but only one can be selected. Rome commits to paying its governor's salaries for only 50 years, after which no further salary will be issued. However, if you build a sediment along the governor's palace, you can get plus 5 denarii each month. So you can still choose it with endless waiting. Okay. No, Zach doesn't read all the flavor messages either. He reads the intro, but I've also read the intro. But he doesn't read the historical backgrounds at all. When it's an extra message like that. Anyway, let's get some people in here. I should watch out for this flotsam, I need to know. It is here. Entry, exit. Yes. So the best dock. 2 tiles. Not fit. Fishing, 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 dock. That's an option. That is a second dock. We can have a warehouse to reliably handle both. Yeah, you must remember wrong, because he does not read historical messages. He only reads the intro, which I also read. Wharfs. Docks here, obviously that's not a good spot. This one is sort of equidistant though. Both of the areas are kind of the same efficiency. This one is fine. We need to calculate this. If there was a diagonal drag, I would do it for the distance, but we can't do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. That's around 80 plus the 160 to get back. This one is gonna be simpler. That's 100 tiles plus 80 to come back. This one is slightly closer by about 20 tiles travel distance. Yeah, for a stream it just doesn't work. That's why I always don't even read that in my own campaign unless it's a message of significance. There's no point reading it on stream, or the stream would be insanely long. Yeah, not for a stream. It matters for people who do read, and there are a lot of people who do read the messages, but not streamers. Almost no streamer will read that. Unless it's necessary. And that's fine. That's why we mark them, so that you can skip the ones that don't matter. You might. That's why you would read that yourself. But I don't have to read it for you. Should I also chew the food for you? People still insufficient? Because for the real experience, you want to play this yourself. I'm just testing it. But that's the same with the RC, like, you know, if you like Caesar, if you like history, maybe you should play those kind of maps and read the stuff and experience it yourself. It's a whole another experience than watching it. Especially because I'm not gonna spend any extra time than necessary here, while if you play yourself, you can do whatever. You can build things that don't really have any impact and play your own way. Except maps where you will die if you do anything extra. I don't think this is super hardcore, but it's harder than the RC, very likely. Okay, 1500 for the first trade out. We need fish and olives. That's okay. Let's get this dock spot done then. It's the best dock spot we have. We have 2 of them. We could possibly have the same shared warehouses on this. Obviously the best would still be to only have 1, especially because the distance is a little bit far, and we do want that. We want to make sure the ship can trade and leave as fast as possible. Even 5 tiles travel time is actually not good. With a highway, if we do force the dockers to spawn on this tile, that would be 1, 2 tiles highway, 2 warehouses in the middle. It would be sort of like having it adjacent. I think I might come up with a way to make this as I want. I need to check synergy between the trade routes. Fish. There is quite a few trade routes that do buy fish, but it looks like this buys pottery, this buys pottery, so that's already a synergy there. Plus the fish, obviously. The olives one, though, is related to completely different goods. Most of them do sell me clay, so that doesn't really matter. But yeah, the olives ones don't necessarily share the fish. So this one is actually gonna be kinda bad, because if I do want to make this one area handle it, I don't think I can make all the trade routes come to this one dock area. I don't think that's viable. Is there an option to have trade routes that don't buy any fish and any olives? Yeah, there's Antiochia. There is Byzantium, which does share some similarities, especially the oil. Tarentum. And Valentia. Okay, so that's probably fine. Let's get this dock set up then. Also, this dock can be here and there can be a wharf here. My greed sickens me. But yeah, we need to get this. Like so. And I need a shipyard. Where is the fishing point? It is kind of close. Let's get a shipyard here. Even though it is far. Can put some fish there for the start. Hello, Klungo, welcome. Yeah, slot this Magna. Let's get a wharf. Right there. And a dock. This does look kinda cool, by the way, when it's side by side like this. There is an autist deep in me that likes this, even though it has no significance. Let's get that. And then we want the tile for the dock spawn to be there. Now, it's fine to then have another road go around, but what we do need is this warehouse to allow the dockers access. 2 warehouses, like so, tile there, and then we can have, you know, an area, and they should be able to access it both equidistantly. Now what we need is obviously some services. Put some here. Disable one of the warehouses. At the start we'll get rid of some of the stuff. This warehouse, sea trade, accept fish, and we'll do olives as well. Hello, Greens, welcome. Approve of your 2-tile highway. Good to know. African sailors, now that we have taken the first steps in constructing a grand port, we should consider all tools necessary to maximize maritime trade. Neptune will undoubtedly be on our side, but one of the most crucial elements will be the construction of a lighthouse, ensuring safe passage for ships. Once the dominance over the Mediterranean is solidified, we can focus on advancing the city to new levels of prosperity, providing access to novel forms of entertainment sourced from various corners of the empire. Build a lighthouse to unlock higher entertainment buildings, Colosseum, Arena, Hippodrome. Open all trade routes to start trading with Rome. After you open trade route with Rome, Caesar will send your city specialized architects build new establishments. Okay, so lighthouse is obviously a thing I would want anyway, but this might influence the decision in how quickly I'm gonna make that. Now, what I do want is the tile for the spawn should be here, but can I force it with roadblocks? I don't think so anymore, because the Ceph changed the spawn logic. But let's try that anyway. This is important because we want the dockers to really travel only as much as possible, as little as possible. I'm not gonna do labor seekers on that, and then everything else can pass. Copy that setting, paste it. And we want a couple extra wharfs here. Deliver time should be fast enough from these 3 at least. Paste that setting. Oh, there's a highway in there. Yeah, I'll need a new set of services. That's fine. We need some olives as well. I don't want to use this, that's a perfect area to grow the fruit in. Although we won't need the second food type for the start, so I could put it on the side here. Although, as I said, I really would prefer to build it elsewhere. There's a logistical difficulty involved though. But I might go for that. I think it might be worth it. Let's wait for some more labor. Let's put an altar to Neptune down. That does get covered from the tile there. Already have the population. We should be getting some ships. Yes, there's one ship. I could build a second shipyard if we really want to focus on fish super much. We could feed it to people, get more labor. There's no taxes though, so I actually think slower expansion is fine. At least in regards to evolution. But we should think about investing this remaining money into olive farming. I do need 1500 for opening that trade route, but I assume there's gonna be at least a small bailout. There's a catch already. We do accept it. There's no fish in the warehouse. Okay. I think the ship might have been traveling. There are weapons. There are, but what is the price on this? The opening cost. I mean, you could probably make up the difference pretty quickly. 180 is the vanilla price for the weapons. You are right, that's probably a better idea. However, the initial money was so low that I would really have to be in debt for a while. Carthago. Oh, I didn't even see this trader. There are so many. The list is so long. Which is, you know, I don't know what you want to call it, my problem. Should have checked this. That's an even cheaper trade rate. Yeah, if it listed them by the... There should be a sorting thing, like, list me all the trade routes by cost, you know? Very important, because right now I was assuming, oh, this is the cheapest one, where is it? This. But no, there is even a cheaper one. You're right, that would have been even better. I might do weapons instead of olives then. We do have some labor. Let's invest into that. So where can I build mines on this map? I think that it is limited, right? There are no easy rocks around here. No, that is a rock, but it is also next to my blocks. Could have used that rock though, if I was watching out for the weapons early on. It might still be a thing. It's just gonna... These people will hate living next to those mines, I can guarantee you that. But it doesn't necessitate logistics, so, you know, it's pretty good. The one thing that this will kind of ruin is that this could have been a second block. Yeah, I mean, we can be glad we even have this thing. But obviously, I think there are improvements planned for it, so, you know... watch out. Eventually it's gonna get stuff like that. Other spots for mining. I could move it later as well, because these people will really hate living next to this. Not that it really ever stopped me, but you know. It's a thing. Let's get some weapons. I'm so used to RC as well, I haven't considered the workshops much at all, and I should have. Not gonna do iron yet, or we can accept some. No, don't accept any yet. We'll make some initial money, and then we will pivot towards making a different chain from further away. Well, yeah. Lararia would solve it, but also it's a spot, it's space in the block itself. Which is kind of important. Got 2 cartloads of fish, there's more. Let's open that trade route already. And I should open the other one as well. I know, Caesar will hate it. It's whatever. Made it out dead even, so that's fine. The bailout was pretty generous. If I didn't have water, I would have cared about the stinky workshops next to me. I wouldn't. Yeah, that they do not care about that yet. That's right. They don't have any water yet. But if I water them, I'll have to provide more jobs, and I don't think we can do that yet, unless we want to go into that. So I'd rather wait for the trade to happen first. I think they should be healthy enough to avoid fumigation. The fish economy is not quite as good as it could be. Spaghetti road is very real. I'm betting on some weapons, really. It's gonna take a little while. I should make a shortcut. First weapons. Let's open the second dock. We have 1,000. Lots of water people already. We might go into debt a little. Let's wait for January. Pay our tribute. Now, let's give them water. Tent is gonna be a hassle. Could move this engineer's post. Next up, we should probably get some food to these people. And we shall do that. But I think 2 dock areas are as much as I need. I will use the separate zone here. Here is fine to just use it for fishing. So do we feed people or do we expand the industry first? I don't need much labor to produce food. We could add a little bit of olives first to make sure we offer enough goods for those trade routes to work efficiently. I could also just bring iron. Also the cross, I know it marks most of the rock sites. I would probably add a little note to the intro at the end saying that that's what it means. If that's what it means, obviously. If it's like, oh, this is the earthquake spot. You know, I don't know. I've not made or played this map much before, so obviously don't know if that's what it means, but I assume so. If we play this right, we could do iron and olives into the same warehouse, by the way. What's more plentiful, farmland or rocks? Might actually be the rocks, the farmland, but hey, I'm just gonna add this here, it's fine. 3 farms, let's get some mines here. Earthquake is same terrain as rocks, so almost the same. I guess it wasn't lying. Let's put the warehouse facing this way. Might move it by 1 tile. There are more rocks though. Depot. go. I know you can mine the earthquake. That was a ton of labor though. So hopefully the space is enough to also make some food. Not, we don't have that much, but it's fine. If we do overproduce fish here, I'm not opposed to feeding some of this to the people. Met some dish. Be lacking employees. Supply hub location. It'll be fine to put it here, like so. Can have another block next to it, and if we do add one here later, it will still be fine. We'll have to transport the fruit, but that's okay. Could specify the fish to the second dock, but I think it's sort of efficient enough. That is not great for us, it's just by 1 denarii though. Let's get some food in here. That is too much. Also, this might be slightly too far away for efficiency. I might have to make a shortcut. I will, once we change the manufacturing area. First food. I could already feed it, but I'd rather have another load first. Olives and iron. Enemies are not approaching the city yet. fish for the block. I like RC because it's harder and therefore keeps you in the starting music longer. Starting music is my favorite. That is one part of that for sure. I also feel like the starting music just has a vibe that nothing else really has, and usually we just skip it so fast. But this one is similar. We also normally would have already surpassed it, but we are gonna surpass it now with feeding this block. So hope you enjoyed it. Cannot put anything there because that's my aqueduct stuff, unless I want to build water separate, but I might as well use this. They will need entertainment. And education. That is a proper blocker. Can't put like one by one stuff on that or anything. I'm considering moving this barber, by the way, just to get another Lararian in here. There you go. 1,000 citizens. I'm gonna get lots of population. What we will need though is fish. And eventually I'll need to redesign my weapons area. For now we are making money, it's fine. But I would like a little bit more before we delve into redesigning that. How many of these can I support? I think that's pretty much the limit. I'd like this to be here though. Hopefully this wharf can make it in time. We'll see. Corners are good. Cars love squiggles. Makes them go burr. Is that not a thing? No, you are just being... Ah, I see. So when I place it, the preview is not good. If I wait a little... Yeah, now it's fixed. I'm gonna report that real quick. Oh. Let's get those services in. Still need desirability. Actually, I should just use 4-way granaries at some point, now or not, or in the future. I do. Sometimes when there is a farming area that's very specific, it can be useful. But if I don't have to, you know, every sense in my body tells me not to do it because it's just a recipe for disaster. If you've played Julius, you know that in Julius, market ladies and general roaming walkers would often get stuck in the granary because of the 4-way intersection. That's not the case in Augustus, but if you do use all the road intersections, then they could still do that. But I wouldn't even think it's much of a like a challenge. It's just that there needs to be a practical reason to do it. Then it will work. This hut might have to go. We might have to invest into some military soon. I'm paranoid about attacks. There are no attacks yet. But that just means it's gonna probably happen soon, right? We'll see. I would add a supply post to this area. Since we know the military is gonna be here, it makes sense to put the military infrastructure here as well. We can add weapons industry around here amidst these cliffs. If I do want to bring iron here for processing and then bring the weapons here, it will add another car depot to the equation, but I do want to do that because this area, I would like to get rid of this and make weapons elsewhere. We could concentrate our blocks really well. 1, 2, 3. That's already 10k population right about there, which probably will then require one smaller pleb block and then patricians. Also, just for the event, yeah, this is the Pantheon spot for the natives. Okay, first let's get this palisade. So general rule not been evil on invasions, no sudden invasions with no warning as first invasion. Yeah, that's good. I know I don't do that, but it's something you can do. It's just that it's very frustrating for players. So that's a good thing not to do that. But I still want some military already. As again, I'm not even if it's I'm not suspecting natives, by the way. Like the first attack, even if you didn't tell me, I would not suspect you to do that because it's a either a very cruel thing or it's just a mistake on design. But that's not really what I'm expecting. What I'm expecting is this first invasion might be a bit larger than normal in like the RC or whatever. So I should militarize a bit sooner. I don't think 1 fort will cut it. But that's just an assumption. Just wait for a tiny bit of money. Yeah, no, you don't need to tell me. That's fine. I'm just saying what I think. Is there a... No, there is no restriction on javelins. Okay. Food should get more stable once this is fully operational. Can you zoom in on the dock area? I think there was a tiny little visual glitch. I've seen something happen as well, but it was so fast I missed it. But I think I saw something happen before. The ship was docking. I haven't seen it. I was looking at Discord. If I see it again, we can make a screenshot and report it. I know they can overstack on top of each other. There is no collision for ships, so that's definitely a thing. Could add more fish if this is insufficient to feed them. Something to do with the people on the dock. Yeah, maybe. There was a change recently to it, wasn't there? And then Kerry reverted it because it looked weird when they were idling outside. Is this efficient? I think it is. There should be more food soon. Gods are getting a bit upset with spaghetti. We could build monuments, but can we mine marble? No. How much does it cost? Quite a bit. So I don't think early monuments are that thing, even though an oracle would be cheap to set up, like on the 1 or 2. But the whole monument building industry would obviously be a bit expensive. We do have sand. I don't remember, does oracle need stone now? Isn't it just marble and concrete? I think there is stone involved. No. Okay. So no stone. I would probably want that then. Yeah, that's what I thought. What's our income? What's the month? September. Let's check the money. Because we also spent a lot on construction. Yeah, this year we've spent 3,000 on construction. 2 each. Yeah, it's cheap, I know. But when marble costs 1550, I need to consider it. Wages for 1200. Yeah, I know. I could have checked that in hindsight. I'm just not super used to that. Trade was similar as last year. Investing into oracles might be a bit dangerous. I should do some small temples instead. Should focus on more trade instead. Let's put some temples somewhere. Where do we want to put them? This is my manufacturing area for the future. This corner here is kind of worthless, so I would put it here. Need more depots. I don't know how this area will look like yet, so I'll just do this. Missing a lot of labor. It's probably because the block got a lack of food for a second there. Need to reduce this to 12 units. And add a second depot fetching it. Oh, is it fetching to the warehouse? Yeah, that's a mistake. Huge mistake. That's lengthening my supply chain by quite a lot. How's that? Poor setup. I will need some more desirability. We'll consider that in a sec. I'll build a second fort. Legionaries could be cool, but 2 javelin forts are a good start for our army. There you go, more food. Should stabilize the block really well after they distribute. We'll add a second block, but first let's check the trade. What is the month? August. It's in the intro. You can unlock the theaters with the best two. 3,500 right corner. Gotta be saving up for that. If we can, I'm not gonna do any gifts for that reason. Because I didn't carry over any money from the previous mission. Obviously. There's a ton of weapons we could sell. September. Let's check the Carthago trade rate. Yeah, they bought all the weapons. As Tarentum, which buys even more weapons, but it's September. Next year we'll open it. And then I'll need to probably redesign my weapons area. We'll see. There's a bit of crime. We have a little bit of unemployment. Let's expand the olives a little bit. This might require its own service drone. Apparently it still works, but I don't trust it one bit. Keep the block supplied. The tents are gone. Should help with stability. Enemies are distant. It's March. Let's open the second trade route, Tarentum. Next up, we want more industry. probably redesign the weapons area. I do want more desirability, but that's gonna be a persistent issue. What I'll do is I'll put down extra altars for the other gods here. Corner is gonna get sorted once we relocate our weapons industry. That's a big margin on iron. Is that even worth selling anymore? I get 25, I make 9.6 cartloads per year. There's logistics cost involved. We pay about 48 denarii in wages for a single mine per year, including logistics costs. We make around 230 denarii money, meaning we are left with around 190 denarii profit per single mine per year selling iron. It's still worth doing. But obviously not good, it's better to process, sell. Hey GG, welcome. He wants oil now, that's fine. We can make oil instead of expanding into weapons. I would have to open a trade route to sell oil. The cheapest one is probably Alexandria, which that should go into a separate dock though. This is Laptis Magna, yep. New dock. I don't think I'll bother with that wharf. Do they also buy fish? They do. Just put it here then. Expandability is your... I'm gonna love building the Pantheon. Absolutely. Already absolutely stoked for it. Holy shit, the Pantheon, the favorite, best building in the universe? Holy shit. No, that's not a live reaction of Marek having to build a Pantheon at all. But I can understand it as an objective. Because that's realistically the only way you will ever force me to build it. If it's, you know, I don't have academies, or if you ask me to do it for unlocking prosperity cap or whatever. Could overproduce fetch relics from this warehouse. It's a little bit far. We should observe the distance. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. They can travel 22. It's at the limit. Which means separating the area is good. I will not waste farmland on this though. So fetch the olives here for processing. There's a little bit of space for something. I'm probably gonna put the warehouse here and some depots. These could actually still fetch to the warehouse, so I'm gonna do that. And then we need, what is it? How many workshops did I make? 4, 6, 7, 8. Which means I need 4 farms. Oil. Olives. I'll make the Pantheon evolve every house balance step. It doesn't matter whether they have access to your glorious grand insular blocks, become small villas. They can benefit for 16 gold, for the timber to the marble, and for the stone and for the concrete. I don't know, it's fine if, you know, there is a strategic depth to the Pantheon if you have to care about its Walker. Yes, you can also force it, which is just an abomination. But removing that aspect, I think it would not be good. Like, yeah, it makes the Pantheon better, but anything makes the Pantheon better. It doesn't need to be that, and I don't like the idea. It would eliminate the strategic debt to the Pantheon completely. That's one of the only things you need to worry about with the Pantheon. That's not the problem. The problem is that the Pantheon's bonuses are just absolute goddamn cursed garbage. I cannot describe how awful it is. Except very, very rare maps where it's amazing because you need it to live. But if it's not a gimmick map, it's not really gonna be like, oh, I need to build this thing because it's great for your city. No. No. The map needs to be built around the Pantheon, otherwise it makes no sense to build it. And it's okay to make things that are kinda, you know, you only use it on some maps, that's fine. But the use cases for it are very limited. Where you would just be better off building literally anything else in terms of monuments. That's another thing. I'm not even gonna try and explain who came up with that and why. Sure, there were good reasons. Need to wait until food overstacks here. I need some money anyhow. Might need another set of depots for this. Although we don't have labor, we need a new block. No, why would that be an alternative? That's not really gonna solve anything. The temple is much cheaper. You wouldn't build a Pantheon if you could just force the look at the priests. That's not the thing. The thing was, you know why? I can tell you exactly why it was made. But you're not gonna like the answer. The answer is that some people on the dev team don't know the game they are developing. And they've conceived features that have no impact or practical value to an efficient play, because they play in their very specific way. And for them, because they are used to connecting their city together, they thought, oh, wouldn't that be cool if I could distribute the benefits of those all other Grand Temple priests to all the blocks along the way. Yeah, except it's fucking cursed, because then your city, if it's interconnected, doesn't freaking work, because people see destinations all across the city and it causes crippling inefficiency. Not just that, but also those temple bonuses. Usually you want them for specific blocks. Now that you give it to random people, it's not even gonna be reliable. If your blocks, you know, need a coverage on both sides of the block, the piece is gonna only do one side. So that's why. That's nothing to do with forced walkers. We have money. Yeah. As I suspect, I also don't like dance. But that's called adulthood. We have to live with things that are bad, and we know about them, and we cannot do anything about them. Or no, sorry, it has been done something about them, because in fact, a lot of the devs actually played the RC, and a lot of them did come to become much better players overall, which I really, really, really appreciate, and it's great. It helps the game overall a ton when the people in charge actually know how to run the wheel. It is really, really important. So this was made a long time ago, the Pantheon original conception. That's why we have a proposal for rebalancing the epithets as well as some of the Grand Temple bonuses. But when is it gonna happen? Depends. Because currently Seth is pretty much the only one doing majority of the work, and he's very busy doing other important things, so I don't think he's gonna get busy on this. But it's been pretty much agreed on. No, Venus is too powerful. We all know that. But in my own defense, I've suggested to keep it because it's fun. I totally acknowledge how broken it is. It is. But it's also very fun. So, if anything, I would make the temple more expensive rather than just nuking the bonus. But reducing the bonus would also be fair. Even if it's reduced, it would still be very powerful. Especially the Genetrix epithet. Not in the scope of 4.5 update, yep. Keep hearing about the 4.5 update, but I haven't seen it yet. Is it ever gonna happen? We'll see, I guess. What are we doing? We have money. We need this. Like the native rework. Don't even mention the native rework. I need it. And Steph refuses to do it. He's not interested in it. But it's been agreed on. It's something that's waiting for implementation. This block might be pretty cursed, not gonna lie. Would this be okay? Can put another one in here. It does break a little because of the width, I suspect. What if I made the width better? Better. No, it still does break a little, but it still covers all the houses. Now, that is a red flag though, it could break in the future. So far, this is the only map where I was able to just spam 22x6 and still win. Well, is there a way to do that? Probably. I see plenty of spaces for building in. I'm just concentrating the blocks, and I also normally, unless I really want to, I'm just not gonna make perfect 22x6. It's boring. As long as you keep the width, it still will be efficient. And we need 1x1s anyhow, because Lararia are there. I don't think I can put houses on this side though. I just realized, unless I will have a 1x1 to cover that. The fountain range is 3 tiles in each distance. It could mean this house could exist, but the one next to it would be a bit troublesome. Could put houses on this side, I suppose. Some here. Although the desirability here is gonna be pretty awful. I can tell you right now. That's probably the case. But if this is the peaceful map, then the terrain-wise it should be a bit more difficult. I guess the main difficulty is the sea trade. Although, depends. There are people who don't know how the sea trade works, so for them it's gonna be very difficult. I don't so far think it's that hard, but obviously events could happen to make the trade worse. We'll have to see. That's a bad spot for one. Yeah, no. You're probably not gonna have concerns if you've played a Mice Arena. It's a different beast. Need to increase food production, but for that we need some population first. Need to keep that spot for a house, or for a fountain rather. Need to remember that. Making the oil for Caesar. That should come in time. After that we need to open a new trade route. Should be manageable. I know you want the oil. Working on it. No, this way. Let's give them entertainment so they don't revolt. Oh boy. Mismanage that all. Could put a house here, but it's next to the reservoir, so I don't need that in my life. what I might need is some desirability here. I don't think I can put a house there and expect it to evolve. Hey, you're welcome. Send that. We should really think about relocating the weapons industry once we get enough labor going. For now, I could also see doing the fish though. We need that for feeding the second block. And I'm not gonna use this for ducks, because we don't need to. In regards to military, might be good to get another fort. I'll get some archers. Because these are probably gonna be the natives, the attacks. They're not natives, the Numidians. Which aren't super swole. Should be fine. Let's get those dwarfs. What is the closest one to the fishing point? It's these. There are more spots, but that's gonna be too long, I think, if I do put it there. Well, maybe not. Try to get that and get these set. Get a second warehouse. Get these. Another prefect. Gonna show properly. Sec. Final bag. How's it going? It's fine. Nothing crazy. Might build... we don't have a military academy. Okay. Making a second block. Should all focus on feeding these people, making it more stable. That's why we are adding more fish. Got some oil. There was a request, so it naturally pulled me towards that. I should open a trader to sell oil. It's gonna be... Alexandria. She's gonna absolutely hate it, which is fine. And sell the oil. Similar area. This one does not get water. Just gonna nuke it. No, don't go to the warehouse. I already maybe I missed this one. And then I copied the setting from warehouse 5. Yeah, there we go. I was still feeding the trade area with that. I could just not do that, but we want to overstack this. Yeah, but what is important is that the food is in the houses. They can live for a while. That is gonna be more throughput. Just wait a little bit. Some more iron could be used. We do want to expand the weapons industry and put it elsewhere than we currently have it. Sold some oil. There is gonna be some fish as well. What is it? Price rise on weapons? No, lower price. 20 denarii. Fair. That's still way more profitable than anything else I can make raw. So it's fine. It's gonna be a big population boom. Need to employ these people. Could consider some monuments now. Or opening more trade routes. If I want marble, I need to open Byzantium though, which is 10k. So we might need more small temples. I've already built Venus, so let's just add the rest of these. And then I'll need to get more, I think. Need a Mars temple as well. Invasion from Dacia. Yeah, that's oversight. You should probably fix that. This house is complaining. This one as well. Can't really solve it though. Some monuments would go a long way to fix the desirability issues. Venus obviously, but we could also just make some nymphams. I just need stone and marble. 10k for marble unlock. Might relocate the weapons industry. Need to consider where. I think that processing the iron here into many weapons and then shipping it off to the warehouses would probably be fine. These rocks, or is it cliff rocks? Well, cliff rocks, right? Yep. Let's get a warehouse. I'm sorry what I've done with the staircase, but needs must. Let's get a second warehouse. Processing. And I know we could be using the warehouse corner road, but I'm not used to it yet and I just don't want to. But I do realize how it works. But I think that it makes the complexity bigger, not smaller, by having that as a thing. So I think it kind of failed in what it wanted to achieve, which was making it easier to design stuff. One workshop isn't connected, which one is it? Oh, that one, yeah, we'll add it. That one does not work. I need to separate the areas. Still won't work. Bastard. It's gonna make my supply chain a bit more complicated, but I don't really particularly care for that. It's fine. Should have the labor. Yep. Can actually be a lot of him. Hello, she's welcome. Food is still a bit unstable. My hope is that the production will ramp up, but we might need to add more. It is his new campaign map. It's the second map of his campaign. This is Laptis Magna, supposed to be the bay. The African coast here. Yep. Let's see how the weapons processing works. Or the iron processing, rather. No, it's new. They will do fine. I just added this. So I'm watching how it works. They should handle even these. Just give it time. Need to overstack the near ones first. Eventually they should cover it all. I don't think they'll have issues. If they do, we'll add another. It's Egyptians. Well, it's not tiny, I can tell you that much. Some of our guys are gonna get caught here. Very likely. Just added Archer. They didn't engage him. He got lucky. Could get a bit of a palisade down here. They are. No casualties. Need 10k to open up the marble trade route. We'll probably focus on that soon. Could add a couple more workshops. But no. We would need to expand the farms. I do have labor though, so I could do that. It's not unreasonable thing to do. What is the trade route even buying? Yeah, it's oil. It should go here then. Okay. Let's focus on what's gonna help that trade route then. I can add a second warehouse if this is insufficient for supplying all those workshops. More throughput for olives. Let's get more farms. Yes, I know, the Staircase of Doom. But it's fine. And the weapons should be making their way here. I should scrap this industry at this point. Yes. Seth said he wants to do that. Because, you know, Seth, he wants everything to be a roadblock. So, that is on the menu. Eventually. Let's get a second dock order. We have the 10,000, it's July. I think I will open this trade route. Where is it? I could do the cheaper one first, obviously it would be safer. I could also sell them sand. But let's go directly for the 10k. I mean, I won't be able to buy the marble this year probably anyway, but let's do that. Not in the scope of the 4.5 release. Likely. We need to build a lighthouse as well. Could already import stone from Alexandria. Byzantium needs to be designated. I need to be careful with that. Never come here. We're gonna put the patricians here. There's this hill which would give them extra desirability, but it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe the Grand Temples around here. There's the debt. So we designated the imports. It's okay. We can probably make up the difference once we sell some oil. As long as we can process enough. Looks like I might need a second one. There we go. Help distributing. At this point the prefect is really not doing his job, so let's make a roadblock. Thing is, I want to loop it, so this roadblock is actually unimportant. Make some money. As many weapons. I want some legionaries as well. But next step should probably be monuments. No, let's get some legionaries. Might as well. Tons of weapons to sell. We might focus on opening some more trade routes soon, if we get some capital. Should also watch out for the food.
I don't mind pushing a car. It's
There's money. Let's get another trade route for weapons. Is there another one? No. There is oil. Plenty of it. There's a bunch of processed goods I could do, obviously, but I don't want to do that. Let's sell that. I'm overproducing weapons by quite a large margin. I'm also not selling any more iron, which is probably not the greatest idea I've ever had. Might still want to do that, at least to a degree. So we make too many weapons for what we can sell. We could scale back production, obviously. Minor Steam Rulers, that's another historical message. It should probably be labeled as such. I don't know if it was. Historical information. Let's bring some iron. And then let's do less weapons here. I'll scale back production. We don't need quite so many. I know. I did open a new trade route. I should probably prohibit it from coming here. Antioquia, is that what we opened? Yeah. The reprocessed goods are getting less profitable, but it's probably fine if we do use the lighthouse policy. I'll need timber though, which we are not importing yet. One thing that the no taxes does though is very notable. It makes me not do taxes, not do insula. Because that's one of the major reasons why I would consider doing insula at this point is the taxes. But when there are no taxes, there is very little reason for me to do that. We should add some more fishing. I'll redesign the shipyard. Is there a spot on the outside somewhere? It will take forever for these ships to come around, but it's kind of whatever. He's not happy about the debt, but it's been happening since we opened that new trade route. I think it's just waiting for investment to come back in from selling all the oil, as long as we can process the oil, that is. Working as fast as we can. The second, yeah, let's add another one. Because there's olives backed up here, we just need to put. And then we can add another warehouse if necessary. Money's back. It's gonna create some devolutions early, but that shouldn't matter. We need to interconnect the citadel to be able to do this, and that's always annoying. But we can just make it a specific road that doesn't connect to anything else, It's gonna be pretty controlled. You can also sell the sand, so it's okay to add it here. Is selling the sand? No. Let's do that. Is it also the other trade routes? Because there might not be perfect synergy with the trade routes. Oh, it looks fine so far. I don't think they share it. We could also make gold and sell it, but it's very labor intensive. So I'm not super stoked about it, but we could do that. Especially if we grow our population beyond reason. I'll probably relocate the temples from this site because I don't feel like I want anything than Venus. I'll make the architect here somewhere. Could also build a lighthouse. Yeah, this is the result of this being interconnected. There are multiple prefects in here, but obviously it's a bit unreliable. It's the first fire on this map, and it's a desert, so that's pretty good record. Need some timber though. Where does it come from? The oil right, okay. Start making Grand Temple already. Desert. Add a couple of flat area as a cheap buffer. Because the Pantheon unlocks my prosperity. What would I possibly get from building the Pantheon right now? Nothing. Venus is already happy because this already counts as if it's built. So I need to give temples to other gods, or better yet, reduce the Venus temple by 1. Come on. It's unreliable. I should really split it off, and I will do so. It's too much to handle. Venus will benefit me. It's gonna actually help me get where I need to go. Pantheon would do nothing except, no, you can go beyond 90 prosperity. Great, but my prosperity is like 40. So, you know, that's a late game thing. I'm gonna do it, but not until we have to. Because it wouldn't give me anything at the moment. It is intended. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, you mean Turgon wanted you to build it at this stage of the game? I don't think so. I think he wanted you to build the lighthouse. That he doesn't say you should build a Venus? Like, obviously you want a Venus, right? Or you want some grand temples that you might benefit from, but he doesn't need to get objectives for everything. Need a stone? It's probably fine. Gods are still a bit angry. And that is risky. I would like to finish some of these. Yeah, but in order to build it early, you would have to have some severe restriction behind it. Otherwise, no one will build that early. Why would you do that? Oh, is it intended Venus benefits you even you didn't finish a Grand Temple? No, it's a bug. It's been in the game forever. It's been reported. I don't think anyone said they will fix it, so I don't know. It's annoying, but it's how it works. Maybe it could be fixed. You could fix it if you want. What I want. Yeah, we need more small temples. Even though I'm building these. This one is almost done, but still. I need more small temples. Leave a gap there for transport. I'll stop these for a sec. I really want them to bring the stone elsewhere. They only can sell me 10 stone per year as well, which is a bit of a throughput thing. We have all the money in the universe, but they won't take more. We can do this. What was the city name? Karalis. No Karalis here.
After that.
We don't have an academy training, so I'll have to fight them normally in a line formation. But they will throw Pila, so it's probably fine. It's an issue just caused due to laziness. It's because they used count total, not count active. Okay. If you can fix that, would be great. I'm just gonna stand my ground, I think. Being done. The 10 stone, it does feel artificial as a limit, because you can't physically import more stone even if you had all the money in the universe. Yeah, you can kind of think about it early and then import stone and save it up for later, because it's pretty cheap. But I didn't even look at the quota until I needed a stone. But should have done that, for sure. I assume with the marble we won't have that limitation. It's 30, yep. Like, I would import tons of stone if I could, but obviously can't. So Lighthouse Keeper needs to be able to take from this. Should only benefit if it's full of workers, or just if it's built? Depends how the other god's jealousy works. I think it only works if it has workers. Like normal temples do. Should follow the same logic. Mm-hmm. Bricks are needed. A bunch of people saw me clay. I just pick one that I want. Probably Sarana. Even though... Yeah, let's do it differently, actually. Just put the brickworks around here. I don't need many. Some more trade routes. This one is pointless. I'm gonna open it, but I'm not gonna allow it anywhere. Because we need to open all the trade routes for the objective. Even if I really don't want them to congest my docks for no reason. That is a lot of oil. I'll accept some for the requests. Nymphams are a bit ambitious. I should have done oracles instead. But oh well, mistakes were made. Let's add an oracle there. I do need that spot. Could use that one instead, but I don't want to keep it, I think. Let's put one oracle there. Same issue with large temples. Good, that would be great if you could fix it. Food is overstacked. Monuments are coming up. It's another invasion. I might add another unit of archers. These wharfs are connected now, which is awful. I do need to cut this off once we build these monuments here. Because those wharf people can go here now, which is awful. Fish is fine. Just take it. We have Venus. $34, that's beyond capacity. A bit controversial, but I can handle that, it's not a problem. But I already can hear the people in the distance whining, as it's not a popular thing to do in maps, asking for more than a single warehouse worth, but it can be done. But it's why in the RC it's very rarely done, because it's universally pretty much hated. But we did already have the setup for it, so it's fine. The only reason, or the only application when you wouldn't hear people whining about it, if you expect the player to have naturally that stockpile limit already. And you do kinda hear, I don't know if necessarily it's just because of how I've built, but I could see someone having to build another warehouse. this off. Lighthouse. Need pottery. But there is very little reason for me to do it yet. But we could. But it's a straight up detriment when you can't tax them. It's much better to just make another block instead. I don't know if I want to. If we do expand, we'll likely need more industry. We'll need to labor sponge in any case anyway, if we don't. Syracuse, I'll put it where the other two trade routes are, the starting dock. Because the other one is already pretty congested. Valentia, that just goes where the other one is. We need to open it if we want to unlock Rome as a trade route. Let's get this done, so Syracuse here, but not here. Let's get some sand. Eight, 4, 12. That's built. That's not built yet. After they build this, I could just not make this one. It's fine. Just make that. Hopefully they'll do that. So I want to cut this road really badly. Done yet? No, we need to stone. There you go, new quota. One more stage. Export. We don't need quota. Unlocking entertainment features. I don't have Rome unlocked yet though. Which I do also need. We unlock this, Valentia, just put it into the main dock area. The secondary one doesn't come here. Valentia. Now Rome. 25,000 denarii. It sells me stone, which is important. So that solves your bottleneck on the stone. But problem is, I could totally see people building even more stone expensive things. No, it's not. You would put that thing here. And sit on a little fence. Make it pretty. But no, there can only be violence. If I had the forethought, I would put it here to guide the land ships out of spite. But it's a missed opportunity. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Anyway, we need to add another block now. As long as this is done. It's not. Let's wait. Now that we have spare resources, let's make... I will probably want some kind of other monument, probably a Ceres temple for the food consumption, I would assume. Especially if we want to get Grand Insula. Let's get Ceres temple done. And... new block time? Probably. Let's also make a Ceres temple in each block. Can I feasibly do that? I think so. Actors and gladiators. That's actors, but glads I'm gonna struggle a little to fit. I need to reposition this depot. Need a warehouse for goods as well. The market is off by one tile. Consumer goods warehouse. Could use that as part of this block, but let's just make this block a little less efficient instead. Now question is, will they... Yeah, they'll all spawn there. So this is gonna be a lot of area. Which is fine. Might need desirability there. Also, -3 Ceres temples, -1 Venus temple from this jump site. Otherwise they would get jealous. I haven't checked the layout. They don't like it. They do not like it. I think it's the squiggles. Might be the width over here. Still don't like it. Let it tick pass. Still don't like it. The width is fine now. I think it's the length, probably because of this turn right here. This market is probably the worst market I've seen in a while. It's this destination that's fucking him over. Especially because of this. Maybe that helps? Nope. How does that look? I need to cover, that's 2 tiles, that's fine. This one needs coverage though. That does not give him coverage. This one is pretty much perfect, but it's a bit further away. What if we remove that highway? He still doesn't like it. That works. It's not great, but we need it to work. I'll put in a couple of houses right here. Not coding and testing the change? Thank you. We'll give them entertainment already. It's always by 1 denarii. I'd like fewer changes, but more impactful. It's too much micro for the wages. There are quests as well, they keep asking for 1 more. Which at that point you might as well ask for a little more than that. Because you are already exceeding the sacred rule of 1 warehouse total. So might as well exceed it by more than 1. If it's by 1 unit, there's no difference. If it asks for much more at that point. This feels like an insult when you could just, you know, oh, it's just barely beyond the threshold. Can already foresee that upsetting some people. I encountered another bug which I wouldn't let you turn off the weather sounds even if click disable audio. Interesting. I haven't had that. I don't play desert maps with the weather effects on because I do not like the sandstorm. If I want to watch Breaking Bad Mexico scenes, I'm gonna watch that. I'm not gonna play Caesar in that filter. Keep this open. We'll need to use it for other things. Huh. What of a problem in it. Okay. There is a solution to that problem. Zebra smuggling edition. Caesar. Yeah. I might have to put a fountain there instead of this thing, which is fine. School? School? No, that's not how walkers behave. Let's change that. I see like sandstorms here. Sandstorms. Here are some facts. Color, weather, sand. Okay. Color, weather, sand, particle is the same thing? No, it's not. I don't know, man. You're the expert. I'm gonna leave that up to you. Also, blocking this is fine. Oh no, it's not fine. It is definitely not fine. I need to solve that. I will probably just clear a Lararium then. And that will be fine. What I could do is add yet another market. Even if it's a bit further away. It will still get stuff for these people, and those markets are already a bit inefficient. So let's get that. It's not great. That's quite a bit of distance. I will focus on bare necessities, just fish. Actually running out of fish a little. We do need gold, and I have labor now. We will even get more people into the city. What is the population cap? 1,000. Let's get some gold. I want patricians job role. I'll need gold for the Pantheon anyway. Because we have to build it. And also we can just sell the gold, so it's fine. It's just not preferable to make usually. Who buys the gold? Rome buys gold, Antiochia buys gold, Byzantium buys gold, okay. We'll make Rome come to the main trade hub, probably. They do buy more goods than that. There's the 3 dots, I need to check. Oh, they also buy weapons, though. Okay, that is a bit of a kerfuffle. I could solve it. Surely we still have some goods overstacking. Could reduce that, accept some weapons. We do overproduce weapons anyhow. Do that. Rome's gonna come to this warehouse. I'm gonna open it. It's very expensive. Sell gold. No Rome hero. So put me in the broker debt. Very likely, but I have 1,000 people coming in. And I have 200 brokers already. I just checked it. So actually, no. Yes, but actually no. Let's put on a warehouse. Can be whenever, really. The gold can travel. Because it produces so goddamn slowly that it doesn't matter. Spaghetti? Did anyone order spaghetti? That staircase is so goddamn cursed, but I needed that one. Let's get some gold. 8, 12. Okay, I can do one more. So let's do gold. 4. Let's wait a little. Still goodness. Is it goodness? I was suspecting my eyes. But no, it's goodness, okay? Surprises! Gardens and statues. I don't need statues anymore though. Well, I could still use them. Obviously for patricians they're gonna be nice or whatever. But yeah, also it doesn't... Oh no, it does unlock ponds. Okay. Let's make colleagues happy by providing some water to these people. Via a pond. And let's get missionary statue. I'll still use the trees though. Here. Have a tree. If you're going for squiddy, no, it's so goodness. You're right. Yeah. I guess. He does want the gold, so I'm gonna stockpile it. Rarium wallpaper and pond. Yeah. That's their life. I really should make them have pottery though. Soon. I could add it already, I'm just not sure that we should yet. Take the gold. Can just do it because we will have even more labor and I'll evolve them soon. Oh no, the engineer, he's failing me. What about the gold? There you go. I know you want the gold. I'm working on it. It's gonna be overstacked for a bit, but that's fine. If I load the save, will they still be stuck? Yes. Some work for Seth, yep. Because I sit on a bench by the road enjoying life, and I see a man, hard-working man, coming from the coal mines, from the quarries, just absolutely covered in grime, barely walking, with a huge load on his shoulders, and just, it looks like he can't even keep going on. And I'm just gonna casually load up another stone on that back. That's what I'm gonna do right now, and I'm gonna enjoy it. Okay. Disposed of. No, he's bored. Okay. I can believe that. And even if not, you've just cleared my conscience, so thank you. We should add more fish now. There is 2 depots for fish, but I think another area is in order now. We could add a second food type, but I think fish is still more important. Although, it will probably be too much production later if I add another area like that. We could just make some fruit farms instead, but it will likely not be great until we provide Ceres Temple. Grand Temple, that is. That's being done. I think fruit makes more sense right now, even though fish would obviously work as well. The one who thinks differently is Seth himself, but who cares? Native rework is submitting him. What a grim fate. It's never particularly safe. What I could do, we have the money. Let's add a couple of towers to snipe those attackers. Hello, Seth, welcome. The count increases. What count? I have no idea what you're talking about. Week of native rework delay. You monster. You know we need it. You need it. You need the maps, right? If you want us to make maps, you need to do the rework, man. No other way. Sorry. Let's get a roadblock here. There you go. Load up on fruit. Definitely need that now. Valve is fine. It's a lot of worker shortage, but it's gonna go away. Hopefully. We still have 400 people coming. I do need some population for pottery industry though. Hello, Seth. Welcome, welcome. We said his name 3 times, and so he has been summoned. Yeah. But that implies Seth is a demon. Also, not such a native rework. Yep. Send him the damn gold. Rome is now trading with us, I think, which is gonna be even better for the city. That's not good. 2 prefects. Not enough. Clearly, no. More. We need more than that. I could separate the layouts, obviously, which would help. Because this, objectively, this road layout is disgusting. I know, it is. This should help. Maybe. No, I still don't trust it. Maybe like that. Oh, stop burning. Was summoned by a bug report. Maybe. Uh-huh. Yeah, zebra and sheep also do that. But it didn't happen before. They usually, you know, when you kill them, they usually, some of them might start going a different way. And then they smash a tile, and then they go back the different way where the path is. It's due to how they enter, and then they see targets. Sometimes the target isn't following the normal, you know, setting. And it can spook people because like, oh, my kill zone doesn't work. No, it does. It's just that they smash that one tile, and then they'll happily oblige to the kill box. But these ones, I think, invaded, and they couldn't figure out this, and so they got stuck. At least I think that's what's going on, but obviously I don't know exactly. What are we doing? Building this. It should be possible to build it, right? What do we need? Yeah, just marble. That's fine, that's fine. We need some labor. We can get some pottery next. I also don't really need the sand. No, we are selling the sand. It's fine. I don't want to remove those. So I'll put the workshops like this. How many houses do we have? How many will we have? 90? Uh-huh. That's 5 workshops for now, but we'll need more. So I'll already set up with some future expansion in mind. Let's put another highway tile right there. Connect it that way. Should be fine. Yeah. And consumer goods, just put it here. Gonna make a Neptune temple. Plus, did you want something else? Forgot. Yeah, Neptune temples in the blocks themselves as well. I'll deal with this later. This doesn't have access now. Ah, right. Well, just gonna do that. That was a dock. Not great. But I can copy the settings from the other one. Wages by 1 more denarii. I'd rather have larger sweeping changes but less of them, because the buy 1 denarii micro each time, all it does is make me go into that menu each time. And I don't want to go to that menu so many times. I'd rather go to it fewer times but even get hit harder, that's fine. What's not fine is doing click click. Proves nothing anyway. Still waiting on the pottery. Yeah, but you should have that here. There should be a button right here that, or I don't know, here, wherever you want to put it. A button like a coin, and you hover over it and the tooltip says always match Rome wages, or even always keep Rome wages above, always keep wages about 2 or 4 above Rome, whatever you want to call it. You could do that as a customization thing. But even if it's just match, that would work. You only want to exceed when you are boosting prosperity anyway, usually, or you are having trouble with sentiment, obviously. But yeah, we could definitely use that for maps like this. But that's more of a design thing. Like, why would you not make that increment larger? Because that's, in my mind, just, it's half as many increases if it's by 2 denarii instead. Because by 1 denarii, it's really annoying that you have to keep coming here for that 1 increase. If it's more significant, fine, that's normal. Way less clicks. But if it's by 1, it can get pretty old pretty quickly. Stop burning! Yeah, I just expanded that, so now this happens. It's the desert. It's whatever. Whatever. Fix it. Insula means population. These huts really hate where we live. That's probably the food stability issue though, more than the market throughput issue. We just need to wait a little until we overstack the food, and also Ceres Temple is coming up. And this thing's gonna change a lot how we do things. Could add a 3rd brickworks. I know you're angry. It's fine. Now it's overstacking, but fish. Just can't quite get it. Eventually it's gonna get it. Cool. Stockpile it. Could add that new area for it. Probably should. Probably could. Depends if we need it though. I don't want to make it unless it's necessary. And I think it's solving itself, especially with this. 20% is a huge deal. We should make some furniture now. So I want the Grand Insula, so we don't have to make many patricians. I'm not gonna add a block here, so I think furniture industry with delivery to the warehouse directly, it would be fine. The only problem will be health. It will cause plague. But Neptune Temple helps with plague. But I could still just use a depot. It's really not like it's gonna, you know, bankrupt us or anything. There's this huge area here as well we didn't use at all. I might just add my consumer goods here though. And after all, I don't think I'll be building another block here. Even though it would probably work. I feel like if I want another one, I can just make a new supply hub at this point. Because I'll need one for my patricians anyway. So we can source with plebs from that. As long as we feed them on the specific things. And that's fine. This warehouse could be used for timber distribution, but I would like this to do clay later once we need more pottery. I'm not even considering reprocessing and selling pottery to... Everything we sell is locally made. This map has tons of things you could do, like, oh, sell bricks, sell pottery, sell wine, sell furniture. Quite a lot of quota for that. But we don't need to, and the local things still pay better. Which they should, but still, I don't think I'm having money issues. We are not having any taxes. If we do start to have money issues, then we might obviously have to do that. Mainly, though, it's adding consumer goods like this. Yeah, the forum is not gonna happen. I think 90 prosperity gives you forum. Is that the case? I need to read the intro message again. Was it here or was it in the rules? I think it was the rules. Oh. $70 prosperity, okay. So there is a sort of a reason for it. Current prosperity would be 50. Let's aim towards that unlock then. This might sound stupid, but what about if you build a Pantheon and unlocks Pantheon Small Temple? Cannot Dude Priest would provide coverage to all 5 gods. The downside would be needing to create assets. Also demolishing other small temples to make room for the Pantheon Small Temple in a block. Well, the thing is, oftentimes you kind of want control over what kind of god access you give, and it was even a thing in Julius where you would use god coverage to prevent evolution, but now you can do it with vine market orders and everything. Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it would be too busted. Like, Pantheon does need changes anyway, but yeah, I don't feel like it's like super powerful benefit. It could obviously be kind of interesting, but would you build a Pantheon for this? I don't think I would. Unless the map is very specific. But, I mean, it would be better than what it currently does with the Priest Destination Walkers, which is just the most cursed shit ever. But, that doesn't, you know, say much, because the Pantheon is so cursed that any changes you make to it are gonna make it better, pretty much. You would need to think really hard to make something even worse than the bonus it currently has. Would it be too OP? On tight space maps? Yeah, I mean, you need to have the space for the Pantheon. If there was no other reason to build it, then you just wasted a bunch of space. Yes, it helps with levies. It also already does that. But, like, is that such a huge deal? I don't know. Because normally what you would do is you would build large monuments anyway. Like, you know, nympheums, oracles, whatever you want, just to not have to spam small temples. You could. There are some maps where you need to do that quite often, but usually the thing is, it wouldn't impact balance early on anyway, because, well, you need the Pantheon, don't you? So that's not like, it's not like you will be able to do that very early on any map anyway. I feel like it could be like a side thing, but probably not. It single-handedly will not make the Pantheon like super good. Yeah, you pay a lot of levy for the Pantheon itself. I know. I've discussed it. It's in the dev Discord server. If only it was at least that. It is truly awful. Yeah, give them that. We can give them oil. Just we'll bring it from this, probably. That's enough consumer goods. We can add that as well. Just need to figure out where I want to place that. And it's here. Now this could disrupt the walkers here. It did. Fix it. There you go. Need a timber dome. There it is. Making some furniture. Bring it over already. Need libraries. It does not cover the whole thing, which is pretty bad. Also bathhouse access? No, pottery. I could move this. This block does not have the library though, to figure out how I want that. There isn't much I can do except nuking a house. Except I could move this prefect or even live with one less prefect, which is fine. But let's remove that. Put on the prefect. Get rid of that. Get a library. Large insula. They need entertainment. I need 3,500 for the epithet. We've been here however long? What's the 180? It's to 126. Okay, we still have 24 years of salary, so it's okay. I don't need to build the freaking mint. Now the requests seem to repeat though. Same ones. Already had before. It's gonna take the longest to reach this block, but it's gonna happen eventually. Let's do furniture, mainly, right now. Could use another timber depot. Prosperity. 64 cap. Could do with the theater. What's the favor? Let's pay ourselves a larger salary now. We can lose up to 2 per year, it's fine. 80 culture would give me something. What was it? Plaza and something, right? Plaza and the academy. I need the academy for the patricians, or I don't need it, I guess, but it would be good to not make tiny patricians if possible. Those furniture being lacking? No, oil. Need to add another depot for this. I could give them stuff for the entertainment, but I don't want to do an arena. I'd rather do a theater, but at this point, theater is also not something I can really give them easily. For that, it might be better to just make the patricians already and build a hippodrome. I don't need this, but we can build it. Normally I'd put it where the patricians will be though, so they can, you know, benefit from that. This is okay. If we get plaza anyway, I don't think and desirability is gonna be an issue. But that's gonna take forever. I'm gonna start building the Pantheon instead. Now we need to build this, so let's start getting that already. It's kind of worthless, but whatever. Might as well have it ready. I'll probably make smaller patricians. Just as I thought about that, I think smaller patricians are gonna do. I don't want to make palaces. We don't need to have palaces. As long as everyone's Grande Insula, we need is 3x3s. One block of them will be enough. Need to get some vine production. Grown up disgusted having to build a pantheon. It is. It awakens negative emotions. There is nothing good about having to build it. It's one of the worst feelings in this game. Except maybe when your car depots burn down. But it's on that level. Like, oh, I'm building a massive thing that's for no reason in the middle of nowhere. Just because I have to. At least in Londinium RC I can build it because my block needs it, but here not even my block needs it. I'm building it literally for the Mud Hunters who don't deserve this. If only they evolved into human beings once the Walker passes them. Anyway, we need a vine. And I could import it, or I might need to import it, rather. It's probably gonna cost me a fortune. It's not that bad. Who sells it? The people who sell me, who buy oil from me. Which means it needs to go here. I could do less fish. What's with having to delete insulae? I'm not sure what you mean. I didn't delete anything. I do want more houses, but I might have to add, yeah, I will have to add another block anyway, so we don't need to obsess about it. Even though here it's pretty easy to set up. I think. Well, is it? As long as they merge, it is. Amazing. Now with the Neptune Temple, my wells reach further. Yeah. It's great. Let's get some more people crammed in this block. In terms of feeling bad in Season 3. Ah, yeah, that. It's not a good feeling, but it's not at the level of my depots burned down or I have to build the Pantheon. I would also say building the Hippodrome feels awful. Because you know, unless you really need it. Also, the thing is, if there is a practical reason to make this, the feeling is way better. But when it's like this, it's the worst. I'm basically building it as an artificial checkmark just to fulfill something that doesn't even have any real implications. Which, why this? Anyway, we import wine, we set up the new supply hub. I will probably feed people from this place anyway. Let's put this down here. I could also just not feed them fruit and just import meat and wheat, but I'll do some extra fruit here, probably, as long as this doesn't overstack. It is overstacked. Okay, cool. Can just use what we have already. Let's take this. Bring it to 19. Some depots here. To 19? What is 19 then? I don't. Oh, it's the granary. Right, makes sense. Then this, we need furniture. We also need oil. What's with sending Incitatus tons of marble and timber? Feels bad because I lose. Someone played Hellish Vistas here. But that's on you. That map is made to be hardcore. So, you know. Also, you get tangible benefits for it. So it's not, you know, you're not actually having the same feeling at all. Why? How do you even compare that when that event actually has something going on and you get rewards for it and the relics? Here, what do I get for building this? Tell me, because I don't know. I fulfill artificial checkmark, that's what I do. Yes, okay, I understand why. It's fine. But does it prove anything? Will it prove my city is extremely efficient or anything that I build this? I don't think so. Stuff, yeah. What? No, we need a depot for oil for the patricians. Let's add this. But that's more to do with, like, I don't even mind that much. I understand better because I make maps myself, but I'm saying this because I already can hear people complaining about it. If there was more tied to the thing, it would be less of a burden. But since it is like it is, it's just gonna be annoying. I'm gonna guarantee you that. Not that. We need another prefect. Might tax them with the Senate. Even though we will unlock the forum soon enough. Get some people in here. Yeah, but I want to make sure. We cannot tax anyone normally, and so this money could be a problem. If trade suddenly gets worse, I need to reinforce my position so we don't lose, because I don't want to replay this, obviously, right now. Because, you know, it could happen. The map could get much harder. I don't think it will, but it's still better to do it and then, oh, I'm fine, done. Oh, suddenly I'm really losing money and I can't solve it, you know? So this just makes sure that we live. I also need to set up some fish from here. So with all the monuments, surely we'll achieve the culture at some point. Set that. I'd like to build some monuments up here for the... Yeah, it's okay. We can connect it. It's not a good idea usually, but here it won't hurt. And I need... Let's get an oracle. And one here. there no pottery? Oh yeah, I misclicked that. There you go. Actually, it's fine to just get it. That car is idle anyway, and it's very close. So I don't think that's gonna even cause any issues. To use together. Desirability, that's fine. Don't necessarily want to place these houses yet, for the evolution reasons. As they could muck up each other's space. Same with this one really. I'll probably limit it for now. We need, what was it for the theater? Oh yeah, the personal money. I don't have it. I do have a lot of favor though. I could build a hippodrome still, or a coliseum for the global entertainment bonus. Instead of the freaking Senate. It's not a perfect spot for it, but whatever. Just do it and remove the arena then. We'll have plenty of other sources of entertainment. We still need more population. Could be a line block in here, but it's between the farms and the industry, which isn't the greatest. What is it? So tired. I need to go to sleep. It's very late. It's gonna still take forever. What did I want to do? More blocks, I guess. Can do. pretty long. Now we just do this. That's gonna help. We might need slightly more, but with the evolutions to Grand Insula and some patricians, I think we'll be fine. But we'll need tons of markets to feed this thing, because I'm not willing to build another supply hub. That would be the worst thing ever. It does take forever because of how the unlocks are structured. Which, you know, it's lengthening the gameplay. There's stuff to do with your workers that's already better than a lot of maps on Haven or whatever. But it does take forever to do. And a lot of it does feel a little bit artificial to me. I know that there isn't really much of a way you can do it better, but you can add other events to make it more clear. Once you unlock that initial lighthouse, there isn't much that's going on. Plus those invasions, I don't know. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of they move around, but it's not like maneuver warfare anyway. I just sit behind that thing and kill them. It's not like I need to do anything else. So that side is not really super interesting. It's normal, you know. There isn't much else going on. That's what I'm getting at. But as I said, if you compare to like stuff on Haven, a lot of maps don't even have that. So, or like they don't, you know, they don't have much of anything. So that's not much competition, but still, because of how the unlocks are structured, you do kind of sit around for a long time without unlocking anything. Which that does inflate your gameplay time, but is it in a good way? I'll let you decide that. Aqueduct. So it's okay to have like one locked thing that you are working towards, because it's very clear, but right now it's like, oh, there's 3 different things that are unlocked by whatever. Building a statue here, then I need to also do this thing, which is also pointless, then I need another, the prosperity thing. But a lot of it, it's fine, but I feel like it's overwhelming in the artificial locking of things. That's why the RC usually locks one thing and then plays around with that. And it's fine that way, I feel, because, you know, it's unique. While this, I feel like all the maps will kind of merge together. If they all are like this, that is. Don't remember the first one much, but it's probably been changed since I played it anyway. Venus, Ceres, and Neptune. I know. Made plenty myself, I know. That's why I'm not saying it as a critique or anything like, oh, it's bad. No, it's not bad, it's good. But I feel like some of the things still feel a bit artificial, and I feel like there are solutions to it. At least I would try to definitely focus on that, and I would have realized that that's the case in the first place, because, you know, it's not rocket science. You can just play the map and feel how it plays out. And if there are any long lulls in what's going on, usually that could use another event. But I also have that in the RC, like it's a process creating stuff. You keep adjusting and adding a lot of the time, depending on you know, what you figure out. 4, but no wine for these people. Also, the requests start repeating pretty soon, so it feels like that's one of the things I also kept improving in the RC, and still kind of do, is that it really makes you feel like the map is engaging with you longer. when there are unique requests. I know it's a hassle, I know, but there are pretty few. You know, now it's like for the 8th time I send the same stuff, I think. So I feel like that could definitely be better. I know it doesn't feel or seem like a big deal, but it is, because it feels like the map is still here with you. No problem, Kalidos, see you around. I'm gonna go as well once we finish this, so not gonna miss much. I don't know, the aesthetics, nothing to do with what we are talking about, but sure, people like different kind of looking maps, and the climates can play a part in that. I don't feel strongly about either climate, but desert is not my favorite. But central or northern, I don't really care. This could be a merger issue. No, they merged correctly. Good. Let's get some statues in the mill. Or pawns, whatever at this point, just win. Pretty much. Library. You have to eat dinner before playing this dessert map. It's delicious. Delicious dessert. I do need to import meat. Who sells me meat? It's the new trade route, isn't it? It's the one I've never used, Crete. Or is it? It is. Put a hook down. Unless I already butchered the spot for it. No, it's here. There's no button for all trade routes. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to go one by one in the list. Volunteer. Just Crete. Can you just sell me a bunch of meat? Forty concrete, yep. Seems about right. I think that is a request that's 1 unit of oil higher, but that's why they feel so similar when it's just by 1 unit. It's okay if it's, you know, really focused on the oil, but since you exceeded the sacred 32 unit cap, why not go higher then? Because at this point you can expect the player to have at least 2 warehouses, meaning you could ask up to 64 anyway. Without, you know, going even further beyond the boundary. They have one desirability. And that's fine. Gonna add some of that. Colosseum. Still desirability, huh? Well, I need a plaza. I need a culture for that. Which means I need to unlock the this thing. Good labor sponge with schools. They don't have theaters though, that's why our culture hurts. I need almost there on the thing. I might just wait. Let's add some more fish. It's almost done. At least that stage is almost done. Could put in an infam behind us. Put some houses here, they'll benefit. Although that's not great for the services, especially Colosseum. But I'll block it off then. Put in an oracle there. Where is it? A freaking fire? Yeah, of course. The one prefect is not enough. Should have known. It's a desert after all. Busy work. We have 3,500. Let's unlock the damn theater. Where's the small statue? That's what we need. I guess you can build a column because it's a statue and you have access to it from the start. But small statue should do. He took the savings. We got a theater, let's give them a damn theater. Could do so in some other blocks at least. We need to do it anyway for reasons. But I will just build a culture dump block at this point and we should do that. Let's build it here. We never sold a single unit of goods that are not made entirely from local resources, by the way. Which I consider a bit unintended. I feel like the map wanted you to do that, but it just doesn't. There's a lot of trade that's supposed to be about, you know, reprocessing and selling, but the maps that force that need to have way less local trade. Or the prices must be so bad that you need to expand into more profitable re-exports. And that's just not a thing. Not here at least. Culture. Culture is 74. We need 90 culture or something. 80 culture to unlock the thing. I need academies really, but you need perfect coverage. There you go. Plaza and Academy. Where's the invasion from? It's from here. Prefect failed me. Now we don't need to get a culture dump though. Not so much, but I'll still get it. Stop burning! What's burning? Why? Everywhere there is a prefect. Oh yeah, I removed one from this block. Oh no, I moved him. There's 3 prefects in this block. What is that? Library. I need a new prefect. One would think that's enough, but no. 4 is sometimes needed in a desert map block. That's fine. But it was fine for a long while. I think that prefect went fighting and that's why it exploded. No, far from perfect. In fact. Patricians. Make more of these fuckers. Wastes of space, but yeah, we need them. Some of these blocks don't have theater access, but that's fine. Colosseum I thought would fix it, but it didn't. This is getting down. But we'll just need a population relay. Let's add some smaller patricians as well. Do you have meat? No. Is there no meat? Crete can come here. Oh yeah, docks, dock carriers. There you go. That helps. Oh boy, this is gonna be messy. I can't get luxury. Didn't realize that. Okay. Patricians are important because otherwise your different wine swords aren't getting reviews from wine slurpers. Hmm. Yeah. They kind of helped to make that not as absolutely abysmal as it once was. It's still not good, but you know, it's better. So it's as good as we can ask for, really. I'd move this temple for one. They don't need all the gods anyway. Just put this here or whatever. Evolve. Some palaces will be good enough. This does change how I wanted this block to be laid out though. So we'll have some smaller patricians. There's been a lot of activity because Sev has been working on the thing. We have a new developer. Otherwise we would have nothing at this point. He's behind most of the new changes. Stuff has been working, never heard of that. Yeah. No, he has. No, it's virtually pointless. I know, it's double, it's showing up. Yeah, I need to... I don't know if Turgon's here, but I'll write him about this. Population. We do have full Neptune coverage. It's not gonna get much better than that. They already hate where they live, that's fine. I just really would like to solve this whole thing with just more patricians instead of adding another pleb block, but I think that it might be necessary, obviously. 3x3 spot there. Usually also late game, I will usually make the invasions happen less often because you can expect the players to play on much higher speed. But you don't have to do that, it's just basically it proves nothing. But the invasions should be here for people who like to manage the military, you know, in detail. However, the frequency usually is a good idea to reduce late game. Because people will play on higher speed at that point. Then he can just do what he wants. I think he likes the military way more. It's we all kind of started that way. I think he will one day realize that the military is just a pile of jank. It does kind of work and it is kind of cool sometimes, but very heavy military maps generally aren't very fun. This isn't heavy military, by the way, it's just that the frequency is just an annoyance than anything. It doesn't prove anything anyway. Because I can beat it with no losses, and no matter how many Egyptians would invade, it would still not do anything. You suck at it? I mean, I don't suck at it. I can play military very well, but it's very micro-intensive if you do that, and also it's just not very fun. It can be. Once upon a time, everyone wants to play a heavily military map, but no, all the time. Also, this population goal is a bit large. I need to increase the number of people here, but I'll do it artificially. I don't think I want to create a new block. I need about 2k people though, which means around 20 houses. And that is a bit much for what I can handle. Naturally, I think. We'll see what this house gives me. In here. Worst case scenario, we could always add 1x1s, but I'd rather not do that. Also, I'm not building the hippodrome, which means that I should make a theater instead for the evolution. Garbage. Where is it? Oh, how many prefects are in this area? How many? Not enough, that's how many. Huge fire, huge. Absolutely huge. Temple the series. Can't be bothered to do their fucking job. I hate deserts. I hate them so much because of this. Especially because the coverage was fine. It's just that there is a... It works reliable and then suddenly there's a little bit of lapse. Maybe because of the invasion, the pathing of the prefect got fucked. And that's how you get that. That's how you get a massive fire on a desert. And I would prefer to tell them, never engage enemies, never, because if you do that, we are already kind of failing. I don't need them to try and fight. But they will still do that, especially because of the PAL thing, because it's us crowflies. They see this as relatively close, instead of calculating the distance for real. No, maybe, but he said it's very complicated, because it's not as easy as you might think. But yes, that would be good. Let's get these houses in. Oh, these freaking... Oh, piss off. There you go. Take your damn oil. This is not a... What is the problem? Entertainment. I might have to remove a house anyway then. Unless I find a way for a corner entertainment there. I didn't. I could remove these and add a theater instead. Let's get here damn entertainment. One more click and I'm gonna go clinically insane. Do we... Oh, we might already have a theater in here. I think something burned down. Was it a Venus temple? It's probably a Venus temple. I think we lost that. And I just added more houses. Good night. Mm. 900 more population is needed. Could add another house. Could add another house, another house. It's around 300. Could just do it with 1x1s, but it's very dirty. So I'd rather do it in other ways. For obvious reasons. care about the space anymore. Let's take your damn desirability. However many that is, I need 250 more. Could add a block, don't want to, but it would be relatively simple to do anyway. In here I think we packed them as sardines as much as possible, but yeah, the 1x1s could be even put in the patrician district really. This palace could improve, it needs more desirability. Let's give it ponder and there. Helps a tiny bit. 250 isn't that much, that's like 3 2x2 houses. But at this point I've packed them as sardines as much as possible. I don't think I can put more. Except there's this corner, but this corner also is kind of necessary. I could exploit it by putting a house there. And here. That's 2. Plaza. Need water. But this block is already kind of unstable. It's not very good. $100 people left. That is 1x1 territory for sure. It's not quite as dirty as tent spamming to victory. So let's add a couple of 1x1s. And just win. Actually. Forget I said anything. No 1x1s. We don't have to, so I'm not gonna do that. Let's check where I placed that garbage. Exactly, or, you know, 31 extra population, but it's nothing. We manage the docks well. There's not, you know, if you know what you do with the docks, I don't feel like it's a huge problem. There is obviously quite a lot of travel distance for those ships, but if you don't let dockers travel, it's fine. If you do let them travel, then you would suffer massively. So it really depends. I think it tests you if you like know how to handle that. Also, our money has been declining because of the trade not scaling and wages getting higher and higher. I should be taxing people, but I don't have spots in my blocks. So my hope is that we can win, but let's check our finances. Yeah, we've been losing money for a while. If I tax my patrician block, it's probably gonna be fine. And jack up the taxes, something like 15%. They should have extra stuff, they should be happy, right? Because only the patricians are getting taxed, no other people should be upset from that. Taxes, what is the estimate? 14,000, no, 10,000, okay. That's gonna really stabilize the eco though. Could also stop importing stuff, but we don't make monuments anymore, so it should be fine. Yeah, money's getting higher. People do hate the taxes though. So I'll drop it to 10%. Way more reasonable. We are playing on very hard, so... Some devolution here. It's because this is running out of fruit every now and again. Yeah, second food type, that's probably the issue. The rice goods are stacked. $47 wages is a lot. That will severely impact calculation. I think it's not worth it selling iron at all. It's at earning 30 now, which makes about 300. But we pay almost half of that in costs. Still just barely worth it with the lighthouse bonus. Just need a couple of those people to move in, but any devolution will put us behind obviously, so I might just add those couple one by ones anyway. Just to get that solidified. I don't want to wait forever. Gods are getting a bit upset though. Could build some oracles, they're a bit expensive, but I'd rather do that than spam small temples. Who is upset specifically? Mercury. Because I removed his temple, that's right. I kept track the whole game with the temple dump, but now we need to offset it. I'll make these quickly. Where is the fire? Okay, let's here. What was that? Oh, yeah, it's the temple. There is no coverage here. Just make another one. Doesn't matter. Just so tired. Ah, take the damn temple. Build it here. Now the prosperity. Well, it's capped behind the thing, right? What is our cap? It's at 100. Let's wait for next year, see if it helps. I could pay 2 more than Rome, but that's obviously a big ask for this economy. But we are earning something at least. Hopefully. August, September. If it might be soft locked due to the event, if the Pantheon event didn't do what it needed to do. We'll see. December. Yes, it was a coincidence. Spare ourselves a lower salary again. Gods are happy. Why is there a massive devolution though? I think it's markets. But I really don't want to add more. And definitely not adding more supply hubs. I think what we do is we add a highway. Speed up the logistics instead of doing anything else with this. This will do. Could also move this here. Get everything they need. all back up again. $48 denarii already in wages. It's monstrous wages bill per year. Could cancel my labor dump. 99 prosperity, we'll just win. It's about time. Took a long time. We didn't use a lot of the map, but I guess that's normal. Okay, done. This was 4.5 hours. I feel like the pacing with the objectives is a bit front-loaded. You get a bunch of stuff at the start, but then there is nothing. And you kind of constantly wait for something. Plus the early stone thing, it's fine. But I could see some people building too many stone, dependent things, especially because you lock desirability. Now, it's very possible that people will start building many mausolea or other things that require a lot of stone, because there is no idea. You have no idea that Rome sells you more stone, and you should be doing a lighthouse first. Yeah, it says the message you should be building a lighthouse, but that's not as important as not having to spam small temples at the early game. I feel like, or like the mid game, whatever you want to call it. So I'll probably add a note to the objective with the lighthouse and just mention that you could make it a flavor text, whatever. Say, oh, stone is limited, but you can import more if you unlock the Rome trader rate. It's kind of important because otherwise people don't judge that as an important thing to do, as they probably should. Otherwise the Pantheon, it feels awful building the Pantheon and then it doing completely nothing. Like, at least normally you use it for evolution, but here you use it literally for nothing, which I feel like is just even worse than when you build it for at least using it for patricians or whatever. Otherwise the trade was fine. As long as you know what you're doing, you're not gonna die to the economy. It does scale up overall, but I never sold a single unit of anything made not from local resources anyway, and I still won. Which, maybe that could be done in a different way, but it's not done in a way where you make the imports more expensive, by the way. If you make the timber and the clay more expensive, that's even less of a reason to do it. It's more of a reason to try and cheese taxes done. How you would do it is make the local stuff worse over time, or just generally have less quota so that you have to expand into the reprocessing. Otherwise, the dock areas, I needed to count it. This one is slightly better than the other one. It's by 10 tiles or something. Not a big deal. Anyway, let's accept our promotion. So that's gonna be everything for the stream. I'm very tired. I'm gonna put this one on YouTube, I think. So thanks for watching. See you around. Bye.